Hey friends, welcome back to Drifting Sleep Stories. Thank you for being here tonight. If you've had a long day, if your eyes feel heavy and your mind still refuses to settle, then let this story take you on a journey that moves slowly, gently, like a soft breath drifting through the night. Tonight, we'll walk alongside Remi, a small boy with a heart far stronger than many grown men. He has just lost his teacher, old Vitalis, after an unexpected clash with the police. And in those stormy days, Remi must learn how to face the vast world, all on his own. But don't worry, this isn't a sad story. It is a story about resilience, about the loyalty of little companions, and about a thin but unwavering light, one that stays alive even when darkness presses in from every side. So now, take a deep breath. Let your shoulders soften. Let your body slow down. There are evenings when we suddenly realize that our hearts aren't tired only because of what happened today, but also because of things we cannot even name. A quiet kind of exhaustion, the kind that makes the world look like a darkening lake at dusk when you gaze down into it. You know you need rest, need sleep, need a place to return to. But in the gentle chaos of life, sometimes what we need even more than sleep is a story that can hold our hand, guide us through the night, and help us feel less alone. That is why tonight I want to tell you Remi's journey. The journey of a boy who seemed to be thrown out of the world, yet found his greatest strength in the smallest of things. In the wind, whispering through the forest, in the footsteps of his 3 loyal dogs, in the bright eyes of an intelligent little monkey, and above all, in the memory of the old teacher who taught him how to stand upright in every storm. You may wonder, a boy orphaned, sold like an object. How could such a story become a path to healing? But isn't it true that in life, it is often the things that seem the worst that open the most unexpected roads? The loss Remi suffered didn't come from a loud explosion, but from the softest of sounds. The click of handcuffs tightening around Vitalis's wrists, the heavy steps of the patrol approaching, the cold shutting of a door as the innkeeper turned a child away from the fragile shelter above him. And just like that, in the dark night of Toulouse, Remi suddenly became the leader of a tiny traveling troupe. Not because he was strong, but because there was no one else left who could take on the burden. What makes this journey remarkable is not its hardship, but the way Remi faces it. A child can despair, can tremble from hunger and cold, but he never lets fear swallow his heart. On the deepest nights, when pine needles and darkness were the only blankets he had, Remi still whispered to himself, "You must live. You must keep the promise to your teacher. You must protect the little lives that trust you." That is the kind of strength no one can take away. And you, the one listening to this story, have you ever forgotten that there is a part of Remi inside you too? A part that knows that even if the world turns its back, there is still one more step you can take forward. That even if your hands shake, you can still hold on to what is right. That even if darkness surrounds you, there is still a faint light somewhere inside that refuses to go out. Tonight, before you drift into sleep, let Remi's journey remind you of this. Sometimes, the deepest healing does not come from avoiding the storm, but from walking through it, with a heart that still dares to hope. Part 1. The little circus arrives in Toulouse. There are certain afternoons in life that carry a stillness we do not expect. A quiet that doesn't depend on the weather or on anything that happened before, but seems to rise from the subtle movements within a person's heart. That afternoon, when Remi and Vitalis set foot in the town of Toulouse, the boy felt that stillness slip under his clothes like a thin thread. On the stone-paved road, each of his footsteps sounded so faint that even he had to tilt his head to hear them, as if the world were whispering under, "Slow down. Something is about to happen." Toulouse was not a large town. It appeared to Remi like a place long accustomed to travelers passing through, as if its roads had witnessed hundreds of people come and go, carrying with them joy and sorrow, triumph and failure, hope and despair. And in the end, only the dust of time remained on the wooden doorsteps. But for Remi, every time he arrived somewhere new, his heart trembled as though it were the very first time, nervous, excited, afraid, and filled with an unnamed anticipation. Vitalis walked ahead, his old violin strapped to his back, moving with the steady posture of someone who had a clear destination, even though Remi wasn't sure the old man wanted anything more than to make it through the day. Yet, there was something in Vitalis that made others feel safe. A calm forged through years far longer than the life of a child. The three dogs, Capi, Zerbino, and Dolce, followed him like three loyal shadows, while the monkey Joli Coeur perched on Remi's shoulder, its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as if it already understood every story before they even began. When they reached the riverside, the last light of day cast a pale gold across the water. Touloudou, in this season, held a humble kind of beauty. No splendor, no vibrant colors, no bustling squares. Only the slow-moving river, a few small boats loosely tied to wooden stakes, and the soft sound of wind weaving through the roadside trees. It was precisely this simplicity that made Remi feel as though he were being gathered into a gentle embrace. "This will do," Vitalis said, his voice deep and steady like an old tree trunk. "We'll set up the stage here." Remi nodded, though he wasn't sure what "will do" meant. Was it because of the shade, because of the sound of the water, or because here, perhaps, they could hope to earn a few coins to survive another day? But it didn't matter. For Remi, wherever Vitalis stopped, that place naturally became a temporary home, and sometimes such temporary shelters felt more comforting than houses built of stone. He began helping the old man set up their simple backdrop, a faded cloth that had accompanied them across countless roads. Every time Remi unfolded it, he felt as if he were opening the pages of memory. Successful performances, failed performances, nights with an audience, nights where only the wind and the moon watched them. Yet he had never seen Vitalis disappointed. For people like them, simply being able to perform was already a victory. In the soft light of dusk, Remi watched the three dogs run in circles, as though they were measuring the space for the evening show. Joli Coeur hopped down, moving with the dignified air of an English gentleman, the very role he often played. And Remi laughed, a rare laugh that slipped out of a chest already tired from the long day. Perhaps in moments like these, Remi realized he wasn't entirely abandoned in the world. He had these little creatures beside him, companions who needed no words to offer comfort. "Are you tired?" Vitalis asked, not turning around, but his voice lowered with quiet concern. "No, sir," Remi replied, though Vitalis knew he was lying. A child who had walked dozens of kilometers in a day with a monkey on his shoulder was rarely not tired. But Remi always kept moving. Not because he was forced to, but because he knew this was the only path he had. When the sun had fully set, townspeople began gathering by the riverside. Remi observed them. Women returning from the market with baskets, old men leaning on canes, children with honey-sticky fingers, and others who had no reason to come out except to see something new. And that something new was them. A small traveling circus entering Touloudou like a fresh breath. Standing beside the stage they were assembling, Remi felt his heart beat faster. Not out of fear, not entirely out of excitement either, but out of a quiet hope. The hope that tonight's performance would go well. The hope that they might earn a little money. The hope that Vitalis wouldn't have to worry as much. And the hope that, for just one evening, Remi could feel useful. Could feel that the world still held a small place for him. Touloudou was silent, but within that silence lay a hidden promise. Every new day can be a new beginning, if you dare to step into it. And tonight, as the oil lamps flickered to life, the tiny stage of Remi and Vitalis would begin such a journey. Part 2. The atmosphere. Before the performance begins. The afternoon in Touloudou that day carried a very particular feeling. not lively enough to overwhelm, yet not quiet enough to feel empty. It was the kind of dusk that makes people instinctively want to pause, take a deeper breath, and look at the world around them with slower eyes, as if failing to stop would cause something delicate and beautiful to slip out of reach. And in that very moment, the sound of Vitalis's violin rose. The sound was not loud. It didn't tear through the air or seize attention like a noisy call. It was more like a thin thread quietly dropped upon the river's surface, so gentle that no one could tell exactly where it began, yet strong enough to create invisible ripples within the hearts of those who heard it. Standing not far from Vitalis, Remi felt each note drift through the air like a soft greeting offered to Tuludu. People began gathering, not hurriedly, not pushing their way in. They came as though guided by an old habit, whose origin they could no longer remember. A man stopped in front of the stage, his hands still covered with the dust of a long day's work. A woman carrying a basket of bread lifted her head, the warm scent of its crisp crust blending into the breeze. Two children, who had been chasing each other, suddenly slowed down, their eyes widening as if the violin were a signal announcing that something wonderful was about to unfold. Remi watched them, a feeling rising in his chest that he could not quite name. Half anticipation, half warmth. Faces unfamiliar to him, eyes marked with the fatigue of the day, suddenly softened, grew lighter. As they stood listening to the music Remi himself had heard hundreds of times on the road, yet never grew tired of. Because in every new place they arrived, that music carried a different meaning. The fading sunlight fell on the small stage, tinting the old red cloth into a soft shade like diluted wine. Tiny particles of dust floated in the air, catching the light and forming thin streaks that looked like drifting memories. The scene felt both real and painted, too perfect to belong to a makeshift performance, yet too fragile to last more than a few hours. The three dogs, Capi, Dolce, and Zerbino, sat in a row, their seriousness so comical that a few people in the crowd let out small laughs. Jolicoeur climbed onto a wooden crate, then jumped from it to the rope tied to the stage pole, each leap drawing soft exclamations of delight from the children. These small movements were like a reminder that even though life could be harsh, joy always found a way to slip in, quietly but persistently. Vitalis stood in the center, his hands gently tilting with the old violin. His eyes were not fixed on the crowd but gazed far ahead, as though he were playing for the sky and the river themselves. Yet this lack of effort to draw attention made the audience feel even more drawn into an intimate space. Some placed a hand on their chest, some closed their eyes, some tilted their heads to hear more clearly, as if every note were telling them something they once knew but had forgotten. Remi stepped down from the stage and stood at the edge of the grassy bank, feeling his heartbeat blend with the music. He had followed Vitalis long enough to know that the opening moments of a performance were always his favorite, when the audience had no idea what they were about to see, when hope was still a wide-open door, when fear remained hidden beneath possibilities, when everyone, performer and spectator alike, stood at a crossing point where both sides longed for something simple: connection. A child in the crowd tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Mom, what are they going to perform?" The mother only shook her head gently, but her eyes said something else. "We'll wait and see." And in that moment, Remi understood that whatever they would perform, as long as the audience stood here, the show already had a reason to begin. The last rays of sunlight stretched long and thin like a breath. Shadows of people drew across the ground. The air grew deeper, but not heavier. It felt like the first page of a story about to open. A story no one knew the ending of. Vitalis played the final note of the prelude. A tender silence wrapped around everything. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of people ready to listen, ready to receive. Remi inhaled deeply, and he knew, from this moment on, even if only for an evening, they were no longer nameless wanderers. They were people who could offer something to the world, even if small, even if fragile. A moment like that was enough to make Remi's heart glow. and the performance began from exactly that moment. Part 3. The policeman appears. In Tuludu, it seemed that every small joy had to be measured by rules and the sternness some people believed they were born to represent. Just as the sound of Vitalis's violin faded into the air and the atmosphere softened with the crowd's anticipation, a heavy bootstep echoed from the corner of the street. It wasn't the hurried step of someone fleeing, nor the leisurely step of someone strolling. It was the step of a person who believed the entire road belonged to him. A policeman appeared. His figure was sharp-edged, as though every part of his body had been carved from the toughest stones in the town. His face wasn't exactly unpleasant, but his expression always looked as if something irritated him. A change of wind, children being too loud, a life that didn't turn out as he wanted. Or perhaps he himself didn't know. Some people wear a frown not out of anger, but out of habit. They have lived so long that their expression has become a mask, and they wear it without remembering when it began. This policeman was one of those people. He looked at the gathered crowd as though they were disruptors of public order, as though Vitalis's violin were an act of disobedience that needed to be extinguished. He didn't hear the gentleness threading through the air, nor did he notice the children's eager faces. He saw only a crowd, something that must be controlled. "Disperse," he said, his voice dry and flat, like a command read from an old manual. "No gatherings allowed here." No one in the crowd spoke immediately. Their silence settled over Remi's heart like a cloth. Standing behind the stage, Remi stared at that dark blue uniform and felt his breath grow heavier. He was used to villages where rules were enforced so harshly that people forgot they themselves were human. Yet every time he faced such a moment, his heart still trembled, as if it were the first time. A child nearby tugged his mother's hand and whispered, "Why can't they watch, Mom?" The mother didn't answer. She simply shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the policeman, as if searching for a crack in that rigid face to hold on to. Vitalis set his violin down, neither hurried nor shaken. There was a calm in him that only those who had witnessed far too many ups and downs could possess. He stepped forward and tilted his head slightly, like a courteous man greeting someone who didn't quite deserve it. Remi knew that look, not challenging but not submitting, the look of someone who understood that sometimes gentleness was stronger than rigidity. "Sir," Vitalis said, his voice steady, deep, and distant like winter waves. "We only wish to bring a pleasant evening to the town." "No gatherings allowed," the policeman cut him off, as though the joy of others was something forbidden in the world he was defending. Vitalis did not argue. He simply held the man's gaze long enough for anyone to recognize that he too was just a human being on an ordinary evening. But this policeman seemed to be one of the rare few untouched by such a look. And then something strange began to happen. The crowd, silent at first out of surprise, began to shift. Not backward, but forward. A quiet sense of discontent spread like warmth from a small fire. The fish seller cleared his throat. A woman folded her arms. A young man straightened up, his eyes narrowing. People who had never spoken to one another suddenly shared the same feeling. The simple goodness of this performance did not deserve to be extinguished by rudeness. And this only made the policeman more irritated. He looked at the crowd with suspicion, as though their unity itself was a threat. He stepped forward, and every footstep felt like an attempt to crush the fragile emotions beginning to bloom. Remi swallowed. Jolicoeur, sensing the tension, climbed onto his shoulder and wrapped its arms around his head in a protective gesture. Behind him, the three dogs lifted their heads at the same time. Capi bared his teeth slightly, Zerbino twitched his ears, and Dolce exhaled sharply. These little creatures didn't understand rules, but they understood Remi's emotions. And right now, what they sensed most clearly was fear. The air thickened. A beautiful afternoon that had seemed to open the door to something magical was suddenly overshadowed by the dark weight of misplaced authority. But in that moment, when it felt like the atmosphere might crack under the pressure, Remi realized something. Even cruelty has its limits, but people's belief in goodness does not. Because although the policeman stood there trying to stamp out the growing excitement, the evening light still fell upon the stage. The breeze still skimmed the river's surface, and the eyes of the crowd still shone, as if the entire town, in that very second, were standing with those who were weaker. And that was when Vitalis smiled, a smile thin and gentle, yet powerful enough to awaken courage in everyone present. Part 4. Vitalis's first confrontation. In life, there are small moments powerful enough to shift an entire atmosphere, like a single raindrop falling onto a still lake, or a remark spoken at exactly the right time that makes everyone glance at one another in disbelief. The moment Vitalis decided to respond to the ill-tempered policeman of Touloudou was one such moment. After the harsh order, "Disperse immediately," a brief silence spread across the crowd, carried by the soft afternoon breeze. Not everyone understood what was happening, but everyone sensed that this moment required something more than lowered heads. And in that silence, Vitalis, the silver-haired man with weary yet sharp eyes, stepped forward. He did not hold his chin too high, nor drop his voice too low. He stood just close enough for the policeman to hear him clearly, and just far enough for the crowd to see him. The first thing Vitalis did was not to speak, but to smile. A very thin smile, soft like the dust that settles on weather-worn statues. "Officer," he said, his tone polite to the point of formality, "I'm very glad you have the time to come observe us. It seems this town must be quite peaceful for you to spare your attention for something as gentle as a small performance." The crowd rippled like water disturbed by a pebble. A few chuckles escaped before anyone could stop themselves. The phrase, "as gentle as a small performance," pierced through the policeman's scowl like a delicate needle, not deep, but undeniably sharp. The policeman frowned. "I don't need you to lecture me about my work," he said, voice tightening as if struggling to restrain irritation. "I ordered you to disperse, immediately." Vitalis tilted his head slightly, as though weighing the man's words with a respect everyone knew wasn't real. "Ah, so you're quite serious," he said gently. "I thought it was only a friendly reminder. Normally, people issue commands only when there is danger. But here," he extended his hand, motioning lightly toward the 3 dogs sitting obediently, toward Jolicoeur curled around Remi's leg, and toward the crowd standing more orderly than at any town ceremony. "All I see is peace." Another wave of laughter rose, louder this time. The woman holding the basket of bread covered her mouth, embarrassed but delighted. Children stood on tiptoe, excited by the sudden shift in the air. The policeman flushed, not with anger but with the discomfort of being stared at by an entire town wearing expressions of half pity, half amusement. He wasn't used to being cast into a story he didn't control. "Don't you dare mock me," he snapped, his voice rising. "I am performing my duty." Vitalis placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, like an artist thanking his audience after a performance. "Oh no, I would never mock you," he said, his eyes glinting under the slanted evening light. "I'm only trying to understand whether your duty is to maintain order or extinguish joy." The crowd murmured in unison. It wasn't chaotic noise. It was the sound of people hearing a truth spoken at the exact right moment. Some sentences aren't necessarily sharp, but they land directly on the quiet frustration that people carry, making anyone who hears them nod in agreement. Behind the stage, Remi's heart pounded like drums. He looked at Vitalis and felt something familiar, yet always moving. The old man was unafraid. Not with the bravado of youth, but with the serene confidence of someone who understood life and people far too well. It was a strength that needed no fists, no raised voice, only a few well-chosen words. "You are obstructing official duty," the policeman exclaimed, though even he was beginning to realize how flimsy his own tone was becoming. Vitalis slowly shook his head, his gaze gentle yet firm. "No," he said. Obstruction means preventing someone from doing what is right. And here, he swept his gaze across the crowd. I'm only saying aloud what everyone is already thinking. A wave coursed through the crowd, eyes turning to the policeman, sharper, clearer. He was no longer the only one with power in this moment. Power had quietly shifted to the side of the gentle ones, the elderly performer, the orphan boy, the townspeople yearning for a little warmth in a life already filled with too much harshness. A child in the crowd let out a soft giggle, and that small, innocent sound became the final drop that filled the cup. The crowd was no longer just watching. They were standing with Vitalis. The policeman's humiliation came not from mockery, but from the realization that he no longer controlled the air around him. The authority he believed he possessed dissolved quietly like mist. He stepped back. Then another step. Vitalis said nothing more. He simply returned to the stage, lifting his violin, as though the confrontation had been nothing more than a short interlude, a necessary low note to make the upcoming bright notes more beautiful. Remi watched him, his heart swelling with a strange mixture, part pride, part gratitude, and part realization that sometimes courage doesn't come from strength, but from the calm resolve of someone who dares to hold on to what is right. On the small stage by the river of Tuludu, the dusk settled fully into shades of orange, and when Vitalis began to pull the next notes from his violin, the crowd fell utterly silent, as though the confrontation hadn't been an interruption at all, but the true beginning of a performance they would remember for a very long time. Part 5. The conflict erupts. Sometimes, in moments that seem the most serious, life chooses to intervene with something completely opposite. A laugh, an accidental gesture, or a small act so delicate one cannot decide whether it is intelligence or simply fate's innocent mischief. And on that tense afternoon in Tuludu, that intervention came from Joli Coeur, the little monkey whose bright eyes always seemed to know more than they should. After Vitalis's calm yet piercing rebuttals, the policeman stood frozen under the gaze of the entire town. His face reddened, not the shy red of a child caught misbehaving, but the flushed anger of an adult whose sense of authority was being shaken by something he could not control. His irritation had no sound, yet it spread like smoke, quiet, suffocating, and that was the moment Joli Coeur decided to step in. From Remi's shoulder, the little monkey leapt down with a light bounce. It stood upright, hands clasped behind its back, head slightly raised, feet held together with a formality so absurd it was almost majestic, mimicking perfectly the very policeman who was trying so hard to preserve his dignity. All it lacked was a police cap, and Tuludu might have believed they were watching a full theatrical performance instead of a street show. The moment lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to make anyone who saw it widen their eyes. A child laughed first, a clear, sudden sound, like a pebble tossed into a tense, quiet lake. Then came the second laugh, the third. In no time, the entire crowd, people who moments ago stood rigid in the thick air of confrontation, burst into laughter. It wasn't mocking laughter, nor was it derisive. It was the kind of laughter that slips out when someone is finally released from an invisible weight pressing on them for far too long. Joli Coeur remained perfectly still, its dark eyes serious enough to resemble the policeman even more. It tilted its head slightly, narrowed its eyes, and in a precise little gesture, lifted its chin exactly like the officer had done moments earlier. This time, the laughter rolled through the crowd like a wave. Remi couldn't stop it. He just watched, half embarrassed, half awed, as if he were witnessing the spirit of the performance rise through the tiny body of the monkey. Quick-witted, honest, and capable of reaching a part of people that humans themselves often struggle to free. Vitalis gently lifted a hand to his chin, hiding a faint, mischievous smile, the kind of smile belonging to someone who had lived long enough to know that sometimes people need to be reminded of their own smallness through an unexpected mirror. And the policeman. he went still. His face shifted from red to purple, a dark, overripe berry purple. No one knew exactly how angry he was, but the truth was clear. For someone accustomed to the illusion of unquestioned authority, being mocked by a monkey in front of an entire town was surely one of the most humiliating moments of his life. He barked, "Stop that! You ridiculous animal! You're insulting the law!" But the crowd, tired of harshness, of brutality, of soulless commands, only laughed harder. Not because they wanted to defy authority, but because in that moment they recognized something deeply human within themselves. A longing to breathe, to soften, to break free from the invisible ropes tightened around daily life. A man whispered, "I haven't laughed like this in years." The woman with the basket of bread covered her mouth, but was swept along by the laughter. The small child clung to his mother's hand, giggling uncontrollably. The whole town seemed to loosen from a tightly pulled knot. Sensing the invisible encouragement, Jolicoeur added another move, puffing out its chest, saluting like a soldier, then pacing back and forth on its tiny feet, trying to look stern and failing adorably. The place erupted. Even Remi laughed, though at the same time a faint tension crept into his chest. Children of the road learned to sense danger. And in the wave of laughter, Remi felt something thinning, like a fragile surface about to tear. He looked at the policeman and saw the man's jaw twitching violently. It was the unmistakable sign of anger slipping beyond control. His fingers curled and uncurled, as if longing to crush something. Vitalis noticed. Remi noticed. But the crowd did not. And in that instant, Remi understood something. Laughter, even the most beautiful kind, can become a spark when it lands in the wrong heart. The policeman stomped forward toward Jolicoeur. His boot hit the ground so hard that Remi clenched his fists until his nails pressed into his own skin. Jolicoeur did not back away. It turned to look at him, not defiantly, just innocently. So innocently that it only made the policeman angrier. "You filthy little beast," he roared. But before he could lay a hand on the monkey, something unexpected happened. The three dogs sprang to their feet at the same moment, forming a barrier between him and Jolicoeur. They didn't growl. They didn't attack. They simply stood. But they stood with all the loyalty of three silent guardians. Silence returned again. A kind of silence sharp as a blade's edge, yet filled with emotion. Remi felt his throat tighten. Vitalis remained quiet, but it was the silence of someone who knew the moment had shifted beyond humor. The policeman's eyes darkened. And then, the conflict erupted in a way nothing could stop. Part 6. The Assault on Remi. There are moments in life when a person does not stand on the boundary between right and wrong, but on the boundary of something deeper, the line between fragile vulnerability being crushed and the quiet strength of compassion rising from the smallest, simplest things. On that afternoon in Toulouse, that boundary appeared in a moment that seemed almost ordinary. Yet it was the moment that changed everything. After being mocked by the entire town because of Jolicoeur's imitation, the policeman no longer looked like a man wearing the deep blue uniform of authority. He resembled a pressure cooker that had not been released for years, steam building hotter and denser with every second. His face turned purple, not a natural shade, but the darkened purple of anger mixed with open humiliation. His eyes swept over the crowd and stopped on Remi. Perhaps he saw in the boy a perfect target for his frustration, or perhaps he felt Remi was the weakest link, the easiest place to restore the power he had just lost. Whatever the reason, that gaze made Remi's back go cold, cold like a child who has broken something precious in a stranger's home and knows he will pay for it. Jolicoeur clung to Remi's leg, sensing danger. The three dogs growled softly, just enough to warn, not enough to be accused of attacking. Then everything happened too fast for anyone to breathe. The policeman lunged forward, a shadow of dark uniform, an arm raised, a dry, violent slap cracking through the air. Remi's cheek burned, His head snapped to the side from the force. For a moment, he saw nothing but a streak of white light smudging across his vision. The crowd's laughter stopped instantly, not because anyone commanded it, but because horror rippled through them faster than the wind. Remi did not cry, not because he was strong, but because the shock froze every reaction inside his small body. He stood there, tiny and trembling, like a leaf torn from its branch, but not yet fallen. In every person's life, there is a moment that reveals their place in the world more clearly than any words. And for Remi, that slap was such a moment. The pain wasn't as sharp as the realization that he had no family beside him. No one to shield him except the old teacher who quietly lifted him up day after day. And in that exact moment, Vitalis stepped forward. He did not run. He did not shout. He did not lash out the way young men often do when witnessing injustice. He walked toward Remi, one step at a time, slow but steady, as if each step cost a year of his life. His eyes were not angry. They shone in an entirely different way, with compassion, with dignity, with something stronger than violence. Vitalis placed a hand on Remi's shoulder, a light touch, but enough to give the boy his breath back. "It's all right," he said softly. But his voice flowed into Remi like a stream, warm, steady, and unshakably reassuring. Then Vitalis turned to the policeman. For the first time that afternoon, he looked directly into the man's eyes. No avoidance, no sarcasm, no lingering smile, only silence. The kind of silence that forces a person to see themselves clearly. "You just struck a child," Vitalis said. No yelling, no sharpness, just words, but each one fell to the ground with the weight of stone. The policeman opened his mouth to speak, perhaps to justify himself, perhaps to deny, perhaps to threaten. But Vitalis raised his hand. A slow gesture, extraordinarily calm, yet carrying the strength of an entire lifetime. A lifetime far heavier than anything the townspeople could imagine. "No man keeps his honor after striking a child," Vitalis said, "and no person with a heart would do such a thing in front of those who are weaker." The crowd froze like sculptures. Some lifted their hands to their mouths, too shocked to know how to react. Remi looked at Vitalis the way one might look at an ancient statue coming to life. Not a statue of a god, but of a human who knew exactly what was right, what was wrong, and chose to stand when no one else would. The three dogs stepped forward, as if they too wished to shield Remi with their small bodies. Joli Coeur climbed back onto Remi's shoulder, embracing his neck tightly, its playful eyes replaced with pure trembling concern. The air stretched thin, tight as an overdrawn violin string. The policeman stepped back half a pace, not out of fear of Vitalis, but out of fear of the crowd's eyes upon him. Not angry eyes, disappointed ones. And for a man like him, the disappointment of others stung even worse than hate. Vitalis moved half a step closer. "I tolerated your rudeness because I did not wish to cause trouble," he said, voice low and steady. "But hitting a child, that is something I will never accept." This was not a declaration of war. It was the voice of a man standing for what was right, even when what was right was fragile. And it was the moment that marked the beginning of a tragedy that could no longer be stopped. And Remi, his cheek still burning with the imprint of a hand, understood that the storm had finally arrived. Part 7. Vitalis protects his student. There are moments in life when all sounds around us disappear, leaving only a vast emptiness in which one can hear their own heartbeat. And sometimes, even the heartbeat of the person standing near them. The moment the policeman raised his hand a second time to strike Remi, the air in Touloudou fell into exactly that kind of silence. A thick silence. Not because the world had stopped, but because the world was waiting for something. Remi saw that hand coming toward him again. Large, rough, heavy, as if all the man's failure was being poured into one blow. He had no time to step back, no time to dodge, no time even to lift his hand to shield his face. Fear was no longer a separate feeling. It became a cold layer of stone covering his entire body. but the second blow never reached him. Another hand, stronger, faster, and, above all, kinder, stopped it. Vitalis gripped the policeman's wrist for only a moment, but that moment was enough to change the entire atmosphere. The old man's fingers, thin and marked by time, closed around the man's wrist with a strength no one expected. It wasn't the strength of muscle. It was the strength of someone who knows exactly what is acceptable and what is not, even for a single second. Remi heard Vitalis's breath, not rushed, not trembling, but steady, like wind brushing over an old roof. "I warned you," Vitalis said slowly, each word placed on the ground, like the careful stroke of a craftsman's hand. "No man has the right to strike a child. No one is permitted to do that in my presence." His voice was not loud, but it carried a weight that made every sound around it fall back. The crowd stood still, a different kind of silence, the silence of witnessing, of understanding, of choosing to stand with what is right without needing to be asked. The policeman jerked his arm, trying to pull free from Vitalis's grip, but Vitalis did not release him. His hand held firm, as though he were holding on to his own principles. Principles for which his wandering life had made him pay many times over. Remi saw on Vitalis's face an expression he had never seen so clearly before. A quiet determination, not noisy, but powerful enough to move anyone who witnessed it. "If you want to vent your anger," Vitalis continued, "vent it on those who can withstand it. Remi is not such a person, he is only a child." The word child softened his voice, but it was the softness of love, not weakness. A softness that made Remi's chest tremble, as if someone had placed a tiny flame inside it. The policeman gritted his teeth. "Let go. You're resisting the law." "No," Vitalis replied. "I am resisting cruelty. Those are not the same." A murmur rippled through the crowd. No one spoke clearly, yet their eyes turned toward Vitalis, as if, for a moment, they were seeing the image of a rare kind of man, one who stands up when everyone else would bow down. Jolicoeur, still trembling with fear, clung tightly to Remi's shoulder, its eyes following Vitalis like watching a lone torch burning in the darkness. The three dogs stepped forward, standing directly behind Vitalis, like three loyal shadows who would never leave the master they trusted. The tension now lay not merely in Vitalis holding back the policeman's hand, but in something deeper. He was holding back the collapse of human decency at its most critical moment. "Let go," the policeman shouted again. Vitalis released him, but he released him with great deliberation, as if the release were his own decision, not forced by the shout. His hand left the man's wrist like a reminder. This was not hatred. This was protection. Freed, the policeman looked like someone who had lost his balance inside his own anger. He stepped back, turned toward the crowd, and saw that their eyes had changed. No one feared him anymore. Fear, though easily created by threats, can vanish in an instant when courage stands before it. Vitalis turned back to Remi. His eyes were full of gentleness. "It's all right," he said again. This time, as much for himself as for the boy. Remi wanted to say something. A thank you, an apology, or simply the word teacher. But his throat tightened. Instead, he nodded, slow and steady, the way one accepts something too big for words. In that moment, Remi knew he was not completely alone in this world. And sometimes, all it takes is one person standing by your side, just one, to change an entire life. Part 8. Vitalis is arrested. There are moments when time seems to stretch, every second thickening like the surface of a lake frozen on a winter night. One can still see movement, yet cannot touch or change it. When the policeman stepped back and barked for reinforcements, the air in Touloudou fell into such a state. Vitalis stood there, his hands relaxed at his sides, offering no resistance, showing nothing except the quiet gaze of someone whose life had already weathered the cost of standing on the side of what is right. He did not look regretful for intervening. He showed no anger, no fear. There was in him a calmness that few could hold in such a moment. the calmness of a soul so storm-worn that no harsh wind could shake it anymore. Remi was the opposite. He stood as though his feet had been nailed to the ground. His whole body trembled. Not from cold, but from fear rising too quickly, too fiercely. Just minutes ago, Remi had felt protected, safer with his teacher stepping forward for him. But now, that same act had become the very thing that terrified him more than anything else. Because Remi understood, what was happening was no longer an argument. It had become a sentence. Loud footsteps thundered from the end of the street. 2 more policemen rushed in, carrying the urgency of people who did not know what had happened, but were determined to display their power regardless. "There! Arrest him!" the first officer shouted, pointing at Vitalis as if pointing at a dangerous enemy. The crowd reacted with a wave of choked voices. "No, don't. He didn't do anything wrong. It was that man who hit the child first." But, as always, truth is small and easy to trample when authority is desperate to reassert itself. The 2 policemen lunged. The 3 dogs barked fiercely and leapt forward, but Remi grabbed them, wrapping his arms around them with all the strength his small body had. He knew that one wrong move would cost the animals more than anyone could save. "Don't, please don't," Remi said, his voice breaking. But the voice of a child was far too small to cut through the noise of 3 grown men convinced they were upholding the law. Vitalis did not resist when the 2 policemen reached him. He simply raised his hands, an action that anyone watching might interpret as surrender. But Remi knew it wasn't surrender. It was Vitalis's way of protecting everyone there. Remi, the 3 dogs, Jolicoeur, and even the townspeople watching in stunned disbelief. One officer pulled out a pair of metal handcuffs. The metallic shine caught the fading sunlight, cold, sharp, like a broken piece of music. Remi screamed, "No, don't take him. He didn't do anything wrong." His cry shook the air, but it did not slow the hands that locked the metal around Vitalis's wrists. Clang! The sound rang out, small yet sharp enough to slice straight through Remi's heart like a thin blade. Vitalis winced at the tightness of the cuffs, but almost immediately he turned to Remi and smiled, a smile so faint that without looking closely one might mistake it for a breath of wind passing over his face. "It's all right, Remi," he said gently. His voice was so warm, it made Remi's heart ache even more. "I've been through worse than this." But those words did not soothe the boy. They only made Remi feel the rising helplessness in his chest more acutely. Jolicoeur leapt onto Remi's shoulder, shaking uncontrollably. The 3 dogs barked desperately, and in their barking, there was more than anger. There was pure despair. Vitalis was dragged away. A policeman gripped each of his arms, and the first one marched ahead, triumphant, as though he had reclaimed the authority he believed he had lost. The crowd stepped aside. No one dared intervene. No one wanted to confront brutality. But in their eyes, Remi saw compassion, anger, and helplessness, all blending into a heavy cloud that darkened the entire Toulouse sky. Remi wanted to run after him. He wanted to grab Vitalis's coat, to scream, to do something, anything, but his legs would not move. The world in front of him narrowed into a long tunnel, with only one image at the center. Vitalis being pulled away, shrinking, until he vanished around the corner. When Vitalis disappeared, Remi felt his entire body collapse inward. Jolicoeur clung to him. The 3 dogs licked his hand, whimpering as if asking, "What do we do now?" But Remi had no answer. For the first time in his life, he felt truly abandoned. In a strange town, among adults punishing other adults, among laws he didn't understand, in a landscape of injustice too large for him to reach. Vitalis had been arrested. Remi stood there, eyes brimming, lips pressed tight, his heart trembling, and he knew, from this moment on, his journey would never be the same. Part 9. Remi is driven out of the inn. When the jail door closed behind Vitalis and the footsteps of the policeman finally faded away, Remi stood in the middle of the street like a small shadow that no longer knew where it belonged. Even though the crowd had dispersed, the The sympathetic looks still lingered in his memory, flickering like candles slowly going out over the river's surface. But that sympathy was not enough to shield him from the cold reality closing in around him. Night began to deepen. The golden dusk had faded long ago, giving way to a thin veil of mist settling over the town of Touloudou, like a mourning cloth draped across a fateful evening. Remi held the rope tied to the 3 dogs, Jolicoeur clinging onto his shoulder, and slowly made his way back to the inn. The very place where, just hours earlier, he had thought he and his teacher would find a peaceful night's sleep. But a child's world rarely stays still for long. It often flips over from a change far smaller than one expects. He knocked on the door. The corners of Remi's eyes were still wet, but he tried not to cry. Crying would not bring Vitalis back. Crying would not make anyone pity him more. And he knew, ever since that emotionless hand struck his cheek, that he had to learn how to stand straight even when his heart was collapsing inside. The innkeeper opened the door. A plump woman with a faded apron. Her face showed shock the moment she saw him. "Where is your master?" she asked immediately, her voice tight with anxiety. He was arrested," Remi whispered, squeezing the rope in his hands as though clinging to the last piece of safety he had. The innkeeper's expression changed instantly, as quickly as a velvet curtain dropping over a stage. "Arrested," she repeated, but this time her voice carried no trace of concern. It was dry, sharp, and cold. And then she said the words Remi feared most. "Then you people can't stay here anymore." Remi blinked, as if he needed a few seconds to fully understand what he had just heard. I'll pay. My master," but she cut him off before he could finish. "If you don't have money, then leave. I don't want trouble with the police. Out now." Jolicoeur trembled on Remi's shoulder. The 3 dogs lowered their heads, sensing danger. Remi swallowed hard. His throat felt dry, like cracked earth in a drought. "But it's already dark. We have nowhere else to go." The innkeeper crossed her arms, blocking the doorway, as if she were blocking off any kindness she had no intention of giving. "That's not my problem," she said. "You need to leave. I have other guests." And with that, the door slammed shut, final and cruel, like an exclamation mark carved into the hardest chapter of Remi's life. He stood there, staring at the old wooden door. Even though it was silent now, he could still hear the click of the lock in his ears, a small, sharp sound that sliced through his heart. Sometimes, a person doesn't need to be shouted at to be cast out. A closed door is enough to say, "This world is not for you." Remi stepped back. Night had fallen completely. The sky was as dark as a stretched black cloth, and the stars had yet to appear, as if even the heavens hesitated before the loneliness of the little boy. The 3 dogs pressed closer to Remi. Jolicoeur wrapped his arms around the boy's neck, his small eyes shimmering with sorrow. Remi stood still for a long moment. No money, no food, no bed, no Vitalis. He felt as though he had been thrown into an invisible void with nothing to hold on to. Finally, he whispered to himself, "It's okay. It's going to be okay. Master will come back. I have to be strong." Those words didn't come because he believed he was strong, but because if he didn't say them out loud, the fear inside him would swell until it swallowed him whole. He pulled gently on the rope, and the dogs followed. He stepped out of the narrow street, each footstep heavy like a stone. Every step felt like leaving behind something fragile, a small sense of safety, a bit of trust in adults' kindness, a sliver of hope in this world. But despite everything, Remi continued walking. Not fast, not steadily, but each step carried courage. Because, as Vitalis had taught him, courage isn't always shouting or fighting back. Sometimes, courage simply means continuing forward, even when your heart is terrified. He walked along the stone-paved road until he reached the edge of Touloudou, where the few remaining lights faded behind him, and ahead lay only the night, opening wide like a vast unknown door. No place to sleep, no shelter, no one to rely on. Only the dark, the trembling breaths of the animals beside him, and the faint resolve of a boy forced to grow up too soon. Remi tightened his small fist. "I'll take care of myself," he whispered, as if speaking directly to his trembling heart. And under Tuludu's quiet sky, Remi stepped into the night, carrying his loneliness, his fear, but also a small, steady light. The light of loyalty from the animals that stayed by his side, and the fragile hope that Vitalis would one day return. It was the first step into a long night, a night when the world seemed to turn its back on him, but also a night that marked the quiet beginning of his growing up, the growing up of a young heart brave enough to keep walking when all it had left was itself. Part 10. The Weight on a Child's Shoulders. When Remi left the town of Tuludu, the sky had darkened so deeply that even the stars seemed hesitant to shine upon the earth. It was one of those nights when a person could hear the sound of their own heart echoing through every step, soft, persistent, like the heartbeat of a lone bird lost in the wind. He did not look back, not because he wanted to appear strong, but because he knew that if he turned around even for a second, his legs would no longer have the courage to move forward. Tuludu, behind him, with its flickering lights and those unfamiliar faces filled with a mix of sympathy and indifference, had become a place where he no longer had a space to exist. Joli Coeur clung tightly around Remi's neck, his little tail curling against the boy's shoulder, like a thread trying to hold on to the last bit of warmth. The three dogs walked close beside him, step by step. They did not understand everything, but they sensed the only thing that mattered. They must not leave Remi. In the darkness, the footsteps of the small group blended into a slow, heavy rhythm, like the heartbeat of an adult beating inside the chest of a child. Remi had never imagined he would one day become the leader of the traveling troupe. He had never even thought himself old enough to lead anyone anywhere. Yet now, here he was, leading an entire troupe, though he was only a thin little boy whose small shoulders had never been meant to carry such heavy responsibilities. The wind brushed through Remi's messy hair, carrying the night's chill from the open fields. Shadows of trees stretched across the road, long and dark, like invisible hands reaching for him. But Remi kept walking, because he understood that stopping now would mean being caught, separated from the animals, and losing the last thing that tied him to the world. Under that somber sky, Remi glanced at the three dogs walking beside him. Capi, the one who always led, kept turning back to check on him like a loyal guard. Zerbino walked on the left, alert, ears constantly perked. Dolce stayed on the right, occasionally brushing against Remi's leg as if to say, "You are not alone." Perhaps in every person's life, there comes a moment when they are forced to grow up, not through lessons, but through loss. For Remi, that moment was when Vitalis was handcuffed and taken away, leaving him to step into this night all alone. The town's gate closed behind him, not with a sound, but with the unsteady feeling of a chapter ending. Remi touched his coat pocket, the place where the small coins he and Vitalis earned after each performance used to sit. But now the pocket was empty, just like his heart. No money, no shelter, no adult to lean on. The truth made him tighten his grip on the dog's rope. He didn't want them to see the trembling in his hands. A troop leader, even an unwilling one, must not let his troop worry. "It's okay," he whispered, unsure whether he was speaking to the animals or to himself. The road out of Tuludu led through a wide stretch of land. Wild grass covered the ground, bending with the night wind like silent shadows. Each time Remi looked into the distance, the darkness seemed to widen, swallowing anything small and fragile. A boy like Remi should have had someone to protect him, someone to lift him up. But life never asked whether he wanted to grow up. It simply placed on his small shoulders the burdens of everything that had abandoned him. With each step, Remi remembered Vitalis. He remembered the old man's worn cloak fluttering in the wind. He remembered the warm, deep violin notes that guided every wandering soul. He remembered those gentle, yet steady eyes saying, "It's all right." But tonight those words were no longer here to settle into his heart. He had to learn to say them to himself. Remi stopped for a moment and looked at the darkness ahead. Somehow, he realized this silence was different from the others. It wasn't cold like the silence of the inn's closed door. It wasn't heavy like the silence when Vitalis was handcuffed. This silence of the fields, the animals, the vast blue-black sky felt like a whisper. Go on. Life will open another path. Children often believe in things that grown-ups have forgotten. Remi believed in that whisper. He closed his eyes for a second, inhaling the scent of nightgrass, a scent wild yet comforting, as though nature itself stretched out its arms to embrace him and his little troop. When he opened his eyes again, he felt slightly steadier. "Let's go," he said softly but firmly, enough for Cappy to understand that he was trying to fulfill his role as the leader of the troop. And so the group walked on. In the darkness, the sight of Remi, small, thin, yet walking at the front, was moving in a way he himself could not see. He didn't know that sometimes the greatest courage is not in protecting someone else, but in not giving up when no one is left to protect you. Every step Remi took was not just a step away from Tuludu. It was the first step in learning to stand on his own in life. A journey he did not choose, but still tried to face with the kind of strength only a child's heart can have. The strength of believing in the teacher now behind bars, the strength of the animal's loyalty, and the fragile hope that tomorrow might be kinder than today. And under that pitch-black sky, Remi, smaller than even his own shadow, kept walking, because the animals were trusting him. And somewhere out there, Vitalis was trusting him too. Part 11. The Escape into the Night. Not every night is the same. Some nights pass gently, like a leaf falling onto the surface of still water. Others are so dense that you feel as though you're walking through a tunnel with no end. The night Remi and the animals left Tuludu was one of those nights. A night when darkness lay not only across the sky, but also settled in a thin, cold layer over the boy's heart. The first footsteps outside the town sounded like the echo of a troubled dream. The ground beneath him was damp and cold, each step pushing him farther away from the fragile safety he had known just hours earlier. Remi understood clearly. They were not merely leaving Tuludu, they were escaping, and the act of escaping made every familiar sound of the night feel like a warning. Cappy walked in front, slow but steady, ears standing tall, alert to every shift in the air. Zerbino stayed close on the left, his body tense like a drawn bowstring. Dolce moved on the right, occasionally glancing back at Remi to make sure he was all right. Joli Coeur clung to his shoulder, tiny tail wrapped around his neck, as if trying to keep him from falling. Together they formed a small troop, unable to blend into the night, yet wrapped within it, as if a heavy black blanket had fallen over them. They crossed a vast field that felt endless. Tall grass brushed against Remi's knees, cold as fingers reaching out from the dark. The wind grew stronger as they moved farther from the town. Its sound was no longer a gentle whisper, but a long, mournful sigh, like someone retelling an old story using only their breath. Remi could hear his own heartbeat. A strong beat, then a weak one, then strong again. When fear comes, the heart becomes painfully honest. He remembered Vitalis's face in handcuffs, the old man's final look before being pulled away. That look was like a flame trying to pass its last bit of warmth to him, hoping that when darkness arrived, Remi would still have something left to hold on to. He whispered, not sure to whom, I'll try, master." But he didn't dare speak louder. The night was too deep, too still, too fragile, easily shattered by the voice of a trembling child. On nights like this, even a whisper could become a beacon for someone searching for them. They had to escape in silence. The wind swept through the field, making the reeds bend like shadowy figures waiting for something. Each small sound, a breaking twig, a cricket rushing by, an owl calling from afar, made Remi flinch. For the first time in his life, he realized fear wasn't always born from frightening things. Sometimes it came from harmless sounds that awakened a nameless worry deep inside. He looked down at his hands. They were small, thin, and growing cold fast. But when he tightened his grip on the dog's rope, feeling its rough surface against his palms, he suddenly felt a bit steadier. "We'll be all right," he whispered to the animals, not because he was certain, but because he knew they needed to hear it. Cappy gave a soft bark, just loud enough to answer him, but not enough to disturb the night. Remi smiled. At that moment, even a small sound like that was enough to make the sky feel a little less dark. They had walked a long distance when Remi felt a dull ache spreading through his feet. All day he had run from one fear to another. Fear that Vitalis would be beaten. Fear of being thrown out of the inn. Fear of being arrested for a crime he did not commit. Now, every step seemed to remind him how exhausting fear could be. But he kept walking, because there was no other choice. The narrow path gradually widened, broader, yet darker. No lights, no houses, no signs of people. Only the night, the wind, and the small animals who refused to leave him. Then Remi noticed something. The silence of the night did not make him feel as lonely as he had expected. It made him listen more clearly, not to the wind nor the grass, but to something within himself. A very small voice, almost swallowed by the darkness, yet still present. You must endure. You must live. For him, for the animals, for yourself. They weren't words Vitalis had ever spoken, but they were the truths Remi had learned from the way his teacher lived. With dignity, with kindness, and with patience, even when the world turned its back on him. Remi quickened his pace, though his body was worn out. When the moon finally broke through a patch of clouds, Remi realized he had come farther than he expected. Tuludu was now just a faint, shadowy dot behind him. He looked up at the sky for a long moment, then turned to the dogs. "We've gone far enough, haven't we?" Cappy looked up at him, eyes shining in the dim moonlight as if to say, "You've led us well." Remi took a deep breath. His chest felt a little lighter. Not because the worry had faded, but because he realized he had not collapsed. And sometimes, for a child forced to grow up too soon, that alone is a victory. They still had to keep running. They still had to find shelter. They still had to face a tomorrow full of uncertainty. But tonight, though filled with fear and loneliness, Remi had walked on, kept the animals safe, and proved to himself that he could lead, even in the dark. And sometimes, the darkness is where the weakest souls discover their greatest strength. Part 12. No one allows them to perform. The morning after that night of escape, Remi felt as if his feet were glued to the ground. He had only slept for a short while. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, the animals gathered around him like a protective embrace. But when the first light of day slipped through the leaves and woke him up, the truth appeared clearer than the sunlight itself. He had to find a way to survive through today. Vitalis used to teach him, where there are people, there's hope. But Remi wasn't sure that was true for today. He led the dogs and Jolicoeur toward the first village he could see in the distance. A small village, with wooden and stone houses, chimney smoke still rising warmly. A peaceful place for someone else. But for Remi, it was the only place where he could place his hope. To offer a small performance in exchange for a bit of bread or a few coins. When he stepped into the village, Remi tried to smile. A trembling smile, but sincere. "Sir, we're just a small performing troupe. Please allow us to put on a little show." The man carrying a sack of flour stopped. He looked at Remi, then at the three dogs, then at the tiny monkey resting on his shoulder. Then he shook his head, a quick, decisive shake, as if he was too used to refusing poor wanderers who happened to pass by. "No permit, no performance. Go somewhere else, boy." The door that had opened for a brief moment slammed shut again before Remy's eyes. In the second village, Remi stopped in front of a blacksmith shop. The sound of hammers striking iron rang out like the heartbeat of someone clinging to life. "Sir, I just need a small corner of your yard." The blacksmith looked down at Remi. There was a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, but then he sighed. "I can't help. The rules here are strict. This village doesn't want trouble. Go on now." His voice was gentle, but it was the gentleness of someone who had grown used to extinguishing the small hopes of others. In the third village, Remi tried again. A woman was hanging clothes outside her porch, her face kind, her appearance gentle. Remi thought, maybe this time. He spoke with all the politeness Vitalis had taught him. "Ma'am, we only need to perform a little. We won't disturb anyone. We won't make noise." The woman hesitated. Her eyes drifted toward the animals. Then she said quietly, "I want to help, but my husband doesn't like strangers. And if the patrol finds out, he'll get in trouble. You understand?" Remi nodded. He understood, even though his heart dropped like a stone. She hurriedly shut the door, not out of hatred but out of fear. But no matter the reason, a closing door weighs the same on the heart of a desperate boy. Well, the fourth door, the fifth door, the sixth door. With every shake of the head, Remi's hope thinned a little more, like a string pulled so tight that the lightest touch could snap it. The animals walked beside him, silent like shadows. They didn't understand rules or permits, but they understood disappointment. They sensed it in Remi's sagging shoulders, in his slowing steps, in the sighs he tried so hard to hide. Each time a door shut, Dolce would lick his hand gently, as though trying to erase the wound freshly carved into his heart. Cappy would bark softly as if urging him on. Don't give up. Zerbino walked closer, his body tense, as if he could protect Remi even from sorrow itself. Joli Coeur, the smallest but the most perceptive, wrapped his tiny arms around Remi's neck, resting his head against the boy's cheek. The silence of the little monkey hurt more than any words. When the sun began to sink, golden and weary, they reached the last village in the area. Remi stood before a wooden gate, his heart so tangled that he didn't know whether to knock or walk away. But he knocked, because if he didn't knock, he would have nothing left to hold on to. The man who opened the door looked at Remi for 1 second, then said, "No permit. Leave." He didn't wait for Remi to answer. He closed the door immediately, without a moment's hesitation. The door hitting the frame made a very small clack. But to Remi, that sound struck like thunder against his chest, tightening his breath. He stood still. He didn't cry. He didn't blame anyone. He just stood there, like a shadow bent by the wind, but refusing to fall. When night began to fall, Remi walked back onto the dirt road. No longer the road of escape, but not yet a road of hope either. It was the road for those who must keep going without knowing why. "We should keep walking," Remi whispered. His voice was hoarse, small, but still carried the gentleness he had learned from Vitalis, the kind of gentleness that pain could not crush. The animals followed him, closer than ever. Remi's mind was exhausted. His stomach growled painfully. His steps were heavy. But what hurt him most wasn't the hunger or the fatigue. It was the feeling that no matter how many doors he knocked on, none would open for a child with no one to stand behind him. Was there truly no place in this vast world for him? A tear slid down Remi's cheek. Quiet, without sobbing. A tear belonging to someone who had tried to be strong for too long. But when he lowered his head, Joli Coeur pressed his nose against his cheek. Capi nudged his leg. Zerbino barked softly. Dolce pushed against him like a warm blanket in the night. And Remi realized something small yet deeply important. Human doors may close, but the doors of loyalty do not. And as long as one door remains open, even if it's as small as the palm of a hand, Remi still has a path to keep walking. Part 13. Hunger and Exhaustion. By the time the sun had completely slipped behind the horizon and darkness began to drape over the fields like a heavy curtain, Remi finally realized he wasn't just exhausted. He was so hungry that every thought in his mind had turned blurry. Fatigue made his feet slip several times on the rough, gravel-strewn path. Joli Coeur felt heavier than usual, not because he had grown, but because Remi himself was far too weak to carry even the smallest weight. The night wind swept across the fields, carrying the scent of damp grass and cold earth. It should have been a comforting smell, but for someone starving, it felt like the bitter scent of despair. Even the 3 dogs were quieter than usual. Their steps slowed, broken into uneven rhythms. Even Capi, and the strongest among them, kept glancing back at Remi, his eyes filled with a kind of worry animals seldom show. Remi placed a hand over his stomach. That hollow feeling wasn't just in his belly. It spread into his chest, his throat, and even his heart. A kind of emptiness shaped by fear, exhaustion, and loneliness all at once. But that emptiness wasn't the worst part. The worst part was when Remi opened his old cloth bag and realized he had only one tiny crust of bread left, the very last piece. He sat down on a flat stone by the roadside. The animals gathered around him, not noisy, not demanding. They simply sat there, as if they understood that this was an important moment, one where even loyalty itself went quiet so that the boy would not feel overwhelmed. Remi placed the crumb of bread on his palm. It was so small it could barely feed a sparrow. A dry, brittle crust, the leftover of yesterday. He stared at it for a long moment. Moonlight shone on the tiny fragments, making them look like fragile golden specks, the last gold this little wandering circus had left. His stomach growled loudly, but Remi did not lift the bread to his mouth. He broke the crumb into 5 tiny pieces, one for each dog, one for Joli Coeur, and the smallest piece saved for himself. Yet when he placed the smallest piece on his own palm, he looked at the animals and realized it was still too much. "You all eat," Remi said softly. Capi looked at the bread, then at Remi. He didn't bite. Zerbino didn't either. Dolce lay down, resting her head on Remi's leg, as if to say, "We won't eat if you don't." And Joli Coeur wrapped his arms around Remi's neck, as though afraid the boy might collapse if he let go. Remi gave a faint smile, a smile thin as a thread. Then he placed the tiniest piece on his tongue and swallowed it without chewing. Not because he was in a hurry, but because he feared that if he chewed, he would cry. Only after he had eaten his portion did the animals begin nibbling at their own tiny crumbs. They ate quickly, but not from greed. They were starving, just like Remi. Yet even in hunger, they ate gently, as if afraid that eating too eagerly might break the boy's heart even more. Watching them eat those pitiful crumbs made Remi's chest ache. Not from hunger, from helplessness. He thought of all the doors that had closed on him that day. He thought of the frightened look of the woman in the 3rd village. He thought of the cold no from the man in the last village. He thought of Vitalis's face behind iron bars. Then he looked at the animals, these small creatures who believed in him, depended on him, followed him into the night as though he were the only light they could trust. He let out a quiet sigh. "Master," he whispered into the wind, "what should I do now?" The night wind blew harder, making him shiver. But he didn't want to make a fire. He didn't want to draw attention. A wandering child with strange animals would be far too easy to notice. So he held Joli Coeur closer, touched Capi's fur, and leaned into Dolce's warmth. In that moment, Remi realized that life sometimes forces people to survive on the smallest things. The warmth of an animal, a scrap of bread, a distant sky that still carried the moon. he remembered what Vitalis often said after difficult performance days. "We're poor, Remi, but poverty is never a reason to despair. Being poor just means we must look a little harder for the light. And sometimes that light hides in the things we least expect." Remi looked up at the night sky. Stars were beginning to appear, faint but persistent. They glimmered like embers, fighting to keep a flame alive. "Light," he murmured. He didn't know where the light that Vitalis spoke of was hiding tonight, but he knew he had to find it, because if he didn't, where would the animals go? And where would he go? Hunger blurred his vision. Exhaustion made his knees tremble. His heart tightened every time he thought of Vitalis. Yet in this moment of deep weakness, Remi felt something strange. He was still alive, and being alive meant he could still hope. He took a long breath, letting the damp scent of a nightgrass fill his lungs, then whispered, "We still have each other." Cappy lifted his head and barked softly, as if in agreement. Jolicoeur nuzzled his cheek. Dolce snuggled closer. Zerbino stood guard, eyes fixed on the dark road ahead. Remi smiled, a weary but genuine smile. Hunger could torment the body. Fatigue could slow the legs. But the heart could remain strong, as long as it knew it wasn't completely alone. And he knew. Even though today was the hungriest day of his life, it was also the day he understood most clearly that love, no matter how small, is the one thing that can never be taken away. Part 14. Encountering the patrol and being forced to run. The night sky had thickened into a black cloth wrapped tightly around the countryside. By the time Remi decided to stand up and keep walking, there was nothing left to eat, almost no strength left in his body, but the darkness continued stretching endlessly before him. Like a road of fate, he was forced to walk, even though his small heart longed for just one moment to stop and breathe. The night wind carried the chill of damp grass and dry earth. There were no lamps, no voices, only the sound of the animals' footsteps and Remi's heartbeat pounding frantically, as if afraid that if it slowed even for a moment, he and his companions would disappear into this darkness. Cappy led the way, ears standing tall. Zerbino walked close to Remi, his eyes sweeping constantly, as if the night were hiding something the boy himself couldn't see. Dolce occasionally whimpered softly, as though making sure Remi was still behind them, and Jolicoeur rested on his shoulder, its tiny tail wrapped around his neck like a fragile thread of a lingering warmth. The dirt road was cold and merciless, but Remi knew he couldn't stay in one place for long. The police could follow their tracks, the villagers might report them, and every adult face he saw earlier that day carried a truth he feared most. Adults never stand on the side of a child with no papers, no money, and no guardian. So he walked, even though his legs felt as heavy as lead. Until the first flicker of torchlight appeared behind him. Remi stiffened. Another torch appeared, then a shout. "Over there! Stop!" His whole body froze, not from the shout, but because he understood exactly what they wanted. To seize him. To catch a child, simply because he belonged nowhere. Cappy barked a sharp warning. Zerbino growled under his breath. Jolicoeur clung tighter around Remi's neck. Remi turned, just enough to see the silhouettes of grown men rushing toward him, torchlight casting long shadows on the ground like arms ready to grab him. "We have to run," Remi whispered. He didn't wait for the animals to respond. He clutched his small bag to his chest, tightened the rope holding the dogs, and sprinted forward. The wind slapped his face, blowing so hard it stung his eyes. The uneven ground threatened to trip him, but Remi's body refused to fall. In that moment, he moved by the oldest instinct known to humankind: survive, at all costs. The dogs raced after him. Jolicoeur clung to him like a trembling shadow, too frightened to make a sound. "After him," someone yelled behind them. "Don't let him get into the forest." The forest. The word hammered inside Remi's chest. The forest loomed ahead, dark, dense, dangerous to grown men at night. But to Remi, it was the only place that could hide him. He ran as hard as he could. His steps were small but fierce, small but carrying the fate of every creature behind him. If he was caught, Cappy would be beaten. Zerbino would be bound. Dolce would be caged. Jolicoeur might be taken away forever. No one but Remi could protect them now. His lungs burned. His chest felt like it was tearing from the inside, but he didn't stop. Behind him, the heavy footsteps grew closer. "Stop right there. Don't run." But Remi knew those shouts were not for his safety. They came from men determined to crush the fragile freedom of a child. When he reached the edge of the forest, Remi didn't hesitate. He hurled himself into the darkness, as though the forest were opening its arms to shelter him, shielding him, hiding him from a world that had already rejected him. Branches scraped against him. The wind whooshed through the trees like the sighs of old ghosts. The dogs ran beside him, silent, shadows born of instinct and loyalty. Remi clutched his bag tighter, breath breaking into short, sharp bursts. But he could not stop. Not now. Not when the men behind him still carried torches ready to hunt him down. "Run into the forest," Remi cried, to himself more than anyone. He didn't know where the forest led, didn't know if there were wild animals, didn't know if he would survive the night in there. But he knew this: better to face the darkness of the forest than the hearts of men without mercy. Gradually, the torches faded. The voices dimmed. The patrolmen stopped at the forest's edge. "No one goes into the woods at this hour." "Must be crazy," one muttered, their voices fading into the distance. Remi stopped abruptly. His legs buckled, almost collapsing beneath him. He leaned against a tree, chest pounding like a frantic drum. The animals surrounded him. Cappy pressed his nose into Remi's palm, warm breath shaking. Zerbino circled, alert. Dolce whimpered softly, nuzzling his leg. Jolicoeur trembled violently but kept its tail wrapped tight around Remi's neck, as if trying to give him every drop of warmth it had. Remi closed his eyes. He was too tired to speak, too scared to cry, too hungry to think. But somewhere deep within that trembling little heart, something stirred. He had protected his animals. He had escaped the people trying to take him. He was still alive. Not because he was strong, but because he refused to give up. When Remi opened his eyes, the forest no longer seemed quite as terrifying. The darkness was still heavy, but it felt more like a wide cloak. Cold, yes, but not treacherous. "We're safe now, at least for tonight," he whispered. Cappy licked his hand. Jolicoeur pressed its tiny face against his cheek. Dolce and Zerbino stood beside him. Two small silhouettes, but unwavering. And in that shaky breath, Remi understood a truth adults often forget. Sometimes running away is not cowardice. Sometimes running away is the bravest thing a small heart can do. Part 15. Finding Shelter. The night forest felt like another world. There, sounds didn't come from people, but from the breath of nature itself. The wind slipping through leaves, insects whispering in the grass, branches brushing against each other whenever the wind shifted. For a 12-year-old boy who had just fled from torches and the shouts of grown men, the dark woods were both a fear and the only refuge he had left. Remi leaned against a tree trunk, his legs shaking so badly he could barely feel them. His breath still came in broken gasps after the frantic escape. Cappy stayed pressed against his side, its shaggy back becoming a steady support. Zerbino kept turning toward the woods behind them, listening for danger. Dolce pressed close to Remi's leg, and Jolicoeur tucked its small head into Remi's neck, as if to say he wasn't alone. But Remi still felt loneliness seep into him, like cold air slipping through his clothes. Not loneliness from a lack of companions. The animals were still here, loyal and warm. The loneliness came from a harsher truth he had to face. There were no adults left in this world to protect him. Vitalis had been arrested. The villagers had rejected him. Doors had shut on him like silent verdicts. Now, all he had was this forest, this darkness, and the animals that trusted him with their whole hearts. "We need to find a place to sleep, someplace sheltered," Remi whispered, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. He began moving again, each step dragging his tired body forward. The forest was not wide in a friendly way. It was wide in the way that let people get lost and forget the way out. The ground was soft and damp, and every step made a faint sound like the earth itself was, sighing. After a while, Remi noticed a darker patch ahead, not the shadow of a tree, but a stone wall. As he came closer, he saw a small gap between two large rocks, deep enough to block the wind, and dark enough that no one would see inside from a distance. A shelter, not a home, not a real roof, but the closest thing to safety the night could offer. Remi stepped inside. The crevice was narrow, but dry. The ground was uneven, but there were no tracks of wild animals. The cramped space made his breath bounce back toward him, yet even that made him feel less like he was being swallowed by the vast darkness outside. We can sleep here," Remi murmured. The three dogs walked in quickly, sniffing around. Joli Coeur hopped off his shoulder, crouched down, and glanced around, as if to confirm, "It's all right, safe enough." Remi exhaled, a release of the invisible weight that had been crushing him since sunset. He looked toward the opening of the crevice, where the forest still shifted in shadow. But at least here he could rest before he had to face tomorrow again. Remi began gathering fallen pine branches beneath the trees. The faint scent of resin brought a sliver of calm to his chest. The needles were stiff but dry, easy to pile into a thick layer on the ground. He remembered something Vitalis once told him. "Where there are pine trees, there's nature's soft bed." Now Remi understood. Those words weren't just about the forest. They were his master's way of teaching him that anywhere in the world could become a home if one knew how to listen. Remi arranged the pine needles into a thick mat. Dolce curled up first. Zerbino lay down right at the entrance like a guard. Cappy settled on the opposite side, back toward the opening to block the wind. Joli Coeur crawled into Remi's lap and clung to him. Remi smiled weakly and touched the little monkey's head with tenderness. Inside the crevice, the wind was muffled, leaving only the distant rustle of the trees, like the forest whispering. The narrow space trapped their body warmth, forming a natural cocoon of heat. Remi sat down, his back against the cold stone. Cold, yet solid. Cold, yet real. At his age, any form of steadiness, even the firmness of stone, could feel like comfort. He looked at the animals curled around him, and a feeling rose in his chest. Part sorrow, part warmth. Sorrow because he shouldn't have had to be this strong. Sorrow because Vitalis wasn't here to say, "You did well." Sorrow because in this deep, unending night, the weight on his shoulders was heavier than most grown men could bear. But warmth, because despite every door closing on him, these small creatures still opened their hearts to him. They didn't ask where he planned to lead them. They didn't fear his mistakes. They didn't abandon him, even when humans had done so hours before. A single tear slid down Remi's cheek, not a tear of despair, but the tear of someone who still felt love in the harshest circumstances. Remi whispered, his voice soft as if speaking to the darkness itself. "We still have each other, and that's enough to make it through tonight." The animals stirred, as if answering him. The night in the forest was longer than any night Remi had ever known, but inside the small stone crevice, on the bed of pine needles he had built, surrounded by the creatures who entrusted their small lives to him, Remi found a feeling he thought he had lost, a sense of safety, even if it lasted only a few hours. And in that quiet, he heard something. The night didn't only bring darkness, it also brought the chance to begin again. Part 16. The Fear of the Night. The night in the forest carried a kind of darkness entirely different from the night on village roads or by a riverside. The darkness of deep woods wasn't simply the absence of light. It was a living entity, one with breath, with a heartbeat, with invisible fingers that slipped between branches and traced the strands of hair on anyone daring enough to enter. It was the sort of darkness that made even the air seem to shrink, slow down, and thicken like deep water. Remi sensed all of that as he lay curled inside the small rock crevice he and the animals had found. The wind moving through the layers of trees sounded like long, weary sighs of an ancient forest, sometimes rising into a sharp hiss that sent shivers down the spine. Further away, a dry crack echoes, perhaps a twig snapping, perhaps the footsteps of a creature searching for food in the night. No one told him to be afraid, but fear doesn't need to be taught. It comes with instinct, just like how a child grips an adult's hand when thunder strikes. Remi held Joli Coeur close. The little monkey curled tighter, its tiny hands clutching the collar of Remi's shirt. Its soft fur warmed Remi's cold fingers, but what reassured him more was its breathing. Fast but steady, like the trembling rhythm of a small drum beating inside the silence. He closed his eyes, but when darkness flooded under his eyelids, Remi realized something. The darkness inside him was even more frightening than the darkness outside. In that inner darkness, he saw Vitalis's face behind the bars. He saw the doors in the villages slamming shut without mercy. He saw the furious eyes of the policeman who slapped him. And clearest of all, he saw himself, small, lost, clutching desperately at something even grown men struggled to hold on to. Fear doesn't make noise. It sits quietly beside you like a ghost, waiting for the moment your heart softens so it can seep in. Outside the crevice, Capi and Zerbino took turns keeping watch. They didn't sleep. Their ears stayed rigid, their eyes wide open in the dark. Every so often, a low growl came from Zerbino, more of a warning, a message. That said, "We're here, don't be afraid." But children are still children. A boy is still a boy, even if he has been forced to face realities adults avoid. Remi opened his eyes. The darkness of the forest was just as thick as before. "Joli Coeur," he whispered, as if saying the name alone could soften the night. The little monkey lifted its head, its round black eyes shiny like droplets of water. It made a faint sound and rubbed its face against Remi's chest. "I'm okay," Remi murmured, though he knew very well he wasn't. His voice trembled like a violin string pulled too tight. But that trembling only made Joli Coeur cling tighter, and that small gesture, fragile yet earnest, became the thin thread that tied Remi to the world, reminding him he wasn't falling completely into the abyss of fear. Time in the forest wasn't measured in minutes or hours. It was measured by gusts of wind, by the strange sounds echoing from afar, by the deep breaths of the dogs guarding the entrance, and by the slow, gradual calming of a heart that had been terrified. Remi listened to the wind. At first, it sounded like a cold hiss from an unseen creature, but over time he noticed it had a rhythm, like an ancient song the forest had sung long before humans existed. Sometimes the wind grew strong, as if testing Remi's endurance. Sometimes it softened, leaving space for him to hear his own breathing. In that moment, he understood. Fear has its own rhythm. It rises, swells, then retreats. It never fully disappears, but it never fully wins either. He drew a long breath, letting the smell of pine resin and damp earth fill his lungs. The scent reminded him of nights beside a campfire with Vitalis. Nights where the old man played the harp, and Remi listened without fear. Back then, the sky had been dark too, but that darkness never frightened him, because his teacher was right there. Now, just thinking of Vitalis made the night feel a little less cold. Remi knew he had to be strong, not just for himself, but for the animals who trusted him. But he also knew strength didn't mean the absence of fear. Children are allowed to be afraid, Adults too. Fear only becomes a burden when we try to deny it. Capi, Remi called softly. Capi turned his head, his eyes glowing in the dark like two tiny embers. Don't leave the entrance, okay? Capi let out a gentle bark, half promise, half reassurance. Dolce shuffled closer and lay against Remi's legs. Zerbino stood guard outside, his shadow stretching all the way to where Remi curled. They were all there. No one left him behind. Remi hugged Jolicoeur tighter, resting his head against the stone wall. His breathing slowly steadied. The darkness was still thick, but it no longer swallowed him whole. He understood. Tonight, fear would not leave him, but it would not defeat him either. Because even a little warmth, a little breath, a little faith can push fear back a few steps. And so, in the deep forest, where the night had no visible end, a small boy learned something even adults often fail to understand. Fear is not the enemy. Fear is merely darkness, waiting to be lit by a heart brave enough to take one more breath. That night, Remi fell asleep. Not because he was no longer afraid, but because he found the courage to close his eyes and trust that when he opened them again, the world would not have abandoned him. Part 17. The Weight of Responsibility. Morning in the forest always arrives in a slow, almost hesitant way. The sun doesn't rise and flood everything with light all at once. Before the light appears, there's a small shift in the air. A slight warmth, a long breath released by the earth, a soft settling of the night. Remi felt this as he opened his eyes, sensing the warmth of the animals curled around him, like a blanket guarding a fragile heart. Jolicoeur was still lying on his chest, breathing lightly, steadily, as if it had stayed awake the entire night to keep watch over his fear. Dolce was curled tightly against his legs, while Capi and Zerbino had taken turns lying near the entrance of the rocky crevice, alert to every sound. Remi pushed himself upright. His joints cracked like a small tree being shaken by the wind. But what weighed on him wasn't the cold or the fatigue. It was the clear awareness that from this day onward, he no longer had the luxury of thinking like a child. Vitalis was no longer here. There was no one left to make decisions for him. No one left to say, "Remi, don't worry, everything will be all right." He had to be the one to say that, to himself. Remi touched Jolicoeur's fur, stroking gently, as if comforting an invisible fear. Jolicoeur opened its eyes, squeaked softly, then wrapped its little arms around Remi's neck. "We have to leave," Remi whispered, though no one expected him to speak louder. "We have to find food. Find somewhere safe." He couldn't finish the sentence. Every word felt like a heavy stone dropping into his chest. Capi was the first to stand, stretching, giving a short bark that seemed to say, "We understand. Just lead us." In that moment, Remi fully understood what he had only felt vaguely the night before. He was the only one the whole group relied on. Not because he was the oldest, not because he was the strongest, but because he was the only one who could think for all of them, no matter how heavy that thinking became. The realization compressed itself in his chest, rising to his throat like a knot of emotion. When sunlight finally filtered through the layers of leaves and brushed the forest floor with its first hints of gold, Remi stepped out of the crevice. Last night, the forest had been a cloak protecting him from the men who wanted to capture him. But in the morning, the forest seemed to bear the raw truth, that he and the animals had absolutely nothing. No food, no money, no destination, no one waiting for them. Only responsibility. A quiet, relentless weight pressing onto his shoulders, like a backpack filled with stones. He walked, legs still sore. The animals followed closely, step for step, with complete willingness. Capi led at the front, ears raised and scanning. Dolce looked back at Remi from time to time, as if checking that he was still keeping up. Zerbino moved protectively along the outer edges, determined not to let any predator come near. And Jolicoeur clung to Remi's shoulder, as if the boy was the only anchor it had. Remi walked in silence, silence to listen to the forest, and silence to listen to himself. In his mind, countless questions twisted and spun like wind, swirling through the treetops. What will we eat today? Is there a town that will let a wandering circus perform? If no one wants us, can I survive long enough until Vitalis returns? And if Vitalis cannot come back? The last question tightened his chest. It did not spark fear the way last night had. It sparked a deeper pain, the pain of a child forced to imagine a future without the only person he truly trusted. He bit his lip, swallowing the pain like swallowing a gulp of hot water. No, he would not allow himself to think that way. He had to be strong, not to prove anything to anyone, but because the animals depended on him to survive. Near noon, the group stopped at a small clearing near the edge of the forest. Remi looked around and saw a few wild berries scattered under a tree. He bent down, lifting each carefully. Years with Vitalis had taught him which ones were safe to eat and which were dangerous. "We have a little food," Remi murmured. But as he offered a berry to Dolce, the little dog stared at it for a long time before nudging the fruit back toward Remi with its nose. Zerbino did the same. Capi licked his hand but didn't eat. Joli Coeur just stared at the small berry without reaching for it. Remi understood instantly. They were refusing not because they weren't hungry. They were refusing because they wanted him to eat first. No 12-year-old child should ever have to face responsibility like that. Yet Remi faced it every time the animals looked at him with those eyes filled with absolute trust. He took a small bite, then divided the rest among them. They ate slowly, as if afraid he might feel sad if they ate too fast. Once again, Remi felt a truth of life. A truth that, long years later, when children grow into adults, they finally learn to understand. When you love someone with your whole heart, what you share is always less than what you wish you could give. And yet, you still give all you have. Remi sat in the clearing, letting the animals settle around him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in soft gold, falling onto his shoulders like gentle pieces of cloth. The warmth didn't erase all his hardships, but it eased the weight on his heart. He knew the road ahead would not be easy. No one would hire a tiny circus without a leader. No one would let a wandering child perform. No one would open their door to strangers in fearful times. But he still had to think of a way. He still had to find a path. He still had to survive. Because Vitalis had taught him that as long as one can breathe, there's always a chance to change one's destiny. Remi didn't know how long he could carry this responsibility. But when he looked around, at the small creatures placing their entire faith in him, he understood that right now he could not collapse. He could not choose his circumstances, but he could choose how he stood in front of them. And in that moment, with midday light warming his face, Remi discovered something new. Something the animals had just taught him, and perhaps something Vitalis had always wanted him to learn. Responsibility is not a burden that forces a child to grow up too soon. Responsibility is a sign that your heart is big enough to protect something more fragile than yourself. Part 18, Remembering His Master. That afternoon, when the sun began to sink behind the tallest trees of the forest, the light suddenly grew warmer, softer, like a thin cloth stitching, shut the torn seams of a long day. Remi sat with his back against a tree trunk, knees pulled close to his chest, his fragile body seeming even smaller against the vastness around him. The animals lay curled around him, each in its familiar place, as if they instinctively knew how to position themselves so he might feel a little more at ease. But even with their warmth, Remi still felt an emptiness inside him. That emptiness did not come from hunger, nor from exhaustion. It rose from somewhere deeper, where longing grows quietly like grass on cold soil. Master Vitalis. Just thinking his name made Remi's heart soften, like a sorrowful note playing at the end of a long symphony. In Remi's memory, Vitalis did not appear as an old man worn down by years, but as the small, steadfast flame of an oil lamp at night, fragile, yet unwavering, refusing to let the darkness swallow it. Every step he took, every word he spoke, every stroke of his violin made Remi's world a little wider, a little brighter. And now, when the old man was somewhere Remi could no longer reach, those memories became his own lantern, sometimes the only thing keeping him from collapsing. Remi closed his eyes and let the evening wind run through his hair. A familiar melody Vitalis used to play suddenly rose within his mind. A slow tune, simple, yet filled with the tenderness only someone who had walked through great loss could create. He listened to that melody not with his ears, but with his heart. He remembered the hours spent learning letters. Vitalis said that words were not just for reading, but for understanding the world, to see what lies beneath the surface, just as Remi could sense joy in an animal's gaze or sorrow in the walk of a stranger. He remembered the lessons on manners, on speaking politely, on standing before a crowd like an artist, not like a nameless child. Lean forward a little, Remi. An artist greets the audience with respect before he greets them with a smile. Remi remembered the way his master corrected even the smallest mistake. Lift your head, Remi. You must believe in yourself before others can believe in you. Back then, Remi laughed, thinking the old man was simply too serious. But now, alone in the forest, he understood. Those were not lessons in performing. They were lessons in living. He remembered the nights they shared simple bread by the roadside. Vitalis always gave him the larger portion, saying, "A child needs more strength than an old man like me." At the time, Remi didn't understand why his master smiled so sadly when he said those words. Only now, when he himself divided tiny scraps of food for his animals, did he grasp, with his whole being, that true love is quiet, and the greatest sacrifices are often made without a single word. The sunlight faded further. The forest shifted into a soft shade of twilight purple. Remi felt the moment as if it existed between two worlds, between light and darkness, between the past and the present, between loneliness and longing. "Master," Remi whispered, unsure whether he was speaking to the wind or into the hollow space in his own heart. "I miss you." Capi lifted his head, walked closer and rested it on Remi's hand. Zerbino moved nearer, his deep eyes watching Remi as though he understood every unspoken word. Dolce touched his nose to Remi's arm, warm and steady. Jolicoeur climbed onto his shoulder, hugging his neck tightly, letting out a small cry, like a single droplet tapping against the heart. Looking at each familiar face, Remi realized something. Vitalis had not truly disappeared. He lived in the way Remi spoke, in the way he stood, in his patience, in the kindness he offered, even when he had nothing left to give. His master's teachings did not lie in books. They lived in every breath Remi took. At that moment, Remi remembered something Vitalis once said as they sat on a hill, watching the sunset after a performance that earned them nothing. "Remi, you must learn to keep a little light inside yourself, because there will be days when the light outside won't be enough." Back then, Remi only nodded, a child's nod, unable to grasp the meaning but wanting to make his teacher happy. Now, amid the purple dusk and the cold forest, he understood those words with the full weight of his loneliness. The light inside him was the memory of his master. Every tune he played, every letter he taught, every small reminder he repeated hundreds of times, but which had never felt as precious as they did now. That light wasn't brilliant. It didn't chase away the dark entirely, but it gave Remi the strength to keep walking, even when his legs trembled and his heart felt heavy. He knew he still had 2 months to wait. 2 months in forests and strange villages, in nights without a warm blanket. But he also knew this: 2 months are never truly hopeless for someone who knows how to love. Remi placed his hand on his chest, where he imagined he could hear his master's violin echoing from deep within, a quiet note lingering just enough to keep him from breaking. "I will wait for you," Remi whispered, soft but steady. "I will live, because you taught me how to live." And in that moment, in the forest, surrounded by the little animals who were now his family, Remi felt his heart grow lighter. Less afraid, less lost. Because he was walking forward guided by the light his master had left behind. A light that would never go out. Part 19, A Small Quiet Hope. That morning, when the night dew still clung to the pine needles like tiny drops of glass that hadn't yet fallen to earth, Remi opened his eyes with a feeling that was different from any other day. A faint brightness in his chest, very small, almost invisible, but undeniably real. He didn't know where that feeling came from. Perhaps from the scraps of sleep he managed to get. Perhaps from the warmth of the animals curled around him like an invisible embrace. Or perhaps from the memory of Vitalis, still glowing softly like embers in a cold night. Wherever it came from, Remi knew he had to hold onto it tightly. In his situation, even a single thread of light was enough to keep a heart from breaking. He sat up, leaning his back against the rock wall, and looked out into the forest. The morning sunlight didn't pour in like a golden cloth, but filtered gently through the leaves, thin strands of light quietly stitching the world back together after a long night. And somehow, that gentleness made it warmer. 2 months. Just 2 more months until Vitalis would be released. Before today, 2 months had never meant anything to Remi. It was simply time, a blurred stretch passing between performances, roads, and journeys. But today, it became the one thing he could cling to, like a small branch in a swirling river. He whispered, almost to himself, "Just 2 more months, and Master will come back." Cappy lifted his head at the sound of Remi's voice, his dark round eyes shining as if asking, "Who is he? When? Where?" But Remi understood that, even though the animals didn't grasp the meaning of his words, they felt the emotion carried in his voice, the trust, the longing, and a warmth that filled the air like something you couldn't name but could clearly feel. Zerbino gave a low growl, half agreement, half encouragement. Dolce nudged Remi's knee. Jolicoeur climbed onto Remi's shoulder, his tiny arms wrapping around Remi's neck, as if to say, "You're not alone." Remi looked at each of their small faces, and a wave of emotion rose within him. A kind of love so big that responsibility no longer felt like a burden, but something he chose to carry. Not because someone demanded it, but because it sprouted naturally from love. He took a long breath, the cold morning air filling his lungs. "I have to live. I have to protect them." It wasn't a promise. It was a vow. A path toward tomorrow. Remi began to walk, searching for a way out of the forest, toward a road he hoped might lead them to a place willing to watch a small performance, even just for a bit of bread. Every now and then, the animals turned their heads to check on him, reminding him that they didn't walk alone. And neither did he. They moved under tall trees where sunlight spilled in small patches on the ground. Each time Remi stepped into one of those patches, he felt as if something touched him, a quiet encouragement from far away. He thought of Vitalis, his hands on the violin, the way he adjusted Remi's posture, the gentle smile when Remi pronounced a difficult word correctly. Each memory glowed like a tiny candle, bright enough to illuminate the weary corners of Remi's mind. "Master must be thinking of me, too," Remi whispered. He didn't know if it was true, but hope often begins with the things we need to believe, not the things already proven. A stream and a longing. As the sun rose higher, they stopped by a small stream. The sound of flowing water was like a simple song that soothed the heart. Remi bent down for a sip of cold water. Some of the exhaustion loosened its grip on him, but what warmed him more was the thought that, step by step, he was moving toward the future, even if each step still trembled. "Master will come back," he told himself. He promised. Vitalis rarely made promises. He taught Remi that a promise wasn't a gift, it was a debt. And a man like Vitalis would never create a debt he wouldn't pay. 2 months, a small number, yet long. But Remi believed he could endure it, if he held on to one thing Vitalis had taught him: a hope as small as a candle flame, protected so it never goes out. The Shape of Hope. By late afternoon, when they finally walked out of the forest, Remi realized something important. Hope isn't something grand, the way adults often imagine it. Hope is the small things. A morning without rain, a clean stream to drink from, a few wild berries found along the path, a hidden place to rest when night falls. And above all, a promise, fragile but true. Remi knew he would have to face hunger, cold, and suspicious eyes from strangers, but he carried within him something no one could steal: the belief that Master would return, and he would survive each day, so that when Vitalis came back, he could run into his arms and say, "I kept my promise." In that moment, Remi felt a small flicker of light inside him, not bright, not powerful, but steadfast. It spread through his chest like a quiet warmth, easing the loneliness inside him. The animals looked at him, walked beside him, as if they too could sense that small flame. And Remi continued forward, step by step, slowly but surely, like a child carrying a hope strong enough to outlast fear, and steady enough to pull an entire little troop through the storms of his life. Part 20. The End of the Stormy Night. When the final darkness of night settled over the forest, Remi and the animals found a small patch of level ground among the old trees. Nothing about it was truly safe, but at least here, the wind didn't lash too hard, and the earth wasn't too uneven. The night sky above looked like a deep well, where the thin moon floated like a silver scarf, faint, fragile, but persistent, just like the sliver of hope flickering inside Remi's heart. He sat down first, brushing aside the dry leaves to make a place to lie. Dolce curled tightly against his legs. Zerbino lay facing the opposite direction, guarding every sound. Cappy positioned himself beside Remi, back straight, like a silent wall between him and the darkness. And Jolicoeur climbed onto his shoulder, tiny arms wrapped around Remi's neck, its warm breath enough to chase away the cold of the forest. The storm of his life, the storm of fear, hunger, helplessness, and losing the only person who protected him, had not fully passed. But in this moment, Remi understood that every night, no matter how brutal, eventually settles into a small pocket of calm. At night, the forest is not simply dark. It becomes a vast universe of sounds and stillness. The wind hissing through the leaves, nightbirds calling from far away, branches snapping beneath the feet of some nocturnal creature, and occasionally, just occasionally, silence so complete that Remi could hear the beating of his own heart. He noticed that his heartbeat was no longer as frantic as the days of panic and escape. It was slower, more steady, like the heartbeat of someone who has survived the worst part of the day. Remi lay down, his back touching the ground, feeling the cold rise slowly into his body. But that cold was quickly blocked by the small creatures curled around him. Capi pressed close on his left, Dolce nestled on his right. Zerbino lay directly in front, and Jolicoeur clung to his neck like a living scarf. A family, fragile but real. A home, temporary, but warm enough. In that quiet air, Remi felt his heart soften like soil after the rain. Every breath from the animals was a whisper from life itself, telling him he wasn't alone tonight, that the forest wasn't entirely an enemy, and that, even though the night was cold, loneliness could not swallow him, not completely. He closed his eyes, and when he did, memories of Vitalis returned like light from an old oil lamp. He saw the old man standing before their tiny circus troupe, hands trembling slightly but eyes bright. He saw him teaching Remi how to pronounce each word, each note, each story. He saw his smile, the smile of a man who had endured many losses but never lost faith in goodness. These images no longer stabbed with the same pain as the first night after Vitalis was taken away. They had softened, becoming a quiet source of light guiding him forward. "Just 2 more months," he heard himself whisper. "In 2 more months, Master will come back." None of the animals understood the full meaning of those words, but they sensed something in his voice. Cappy edged closer and laid his head on Remi's chest. Dolce shifted, breathing steadily. Zerbino stretched forward, alert but calm, and Jolicoeur tightened its little arms, as if holding on to that fragile hope with him. Remi opened his eyes slightly, looking through the tangled leaves at the sky. The moonlight filtering through was thin and weak, yet stubbornly shining on the ground, a small miracle reserved for those who know how to hold on to belief. He suddenly realized something. The night is never completely dark if your heart still remembers its own light. And what was Remi's light? Not the moon, not the warmth of the forest, not promises from strangers. His light was the words Vitalis left behind, the trust his animals placed in him, and that tiny, unwavering hope he simply could not let go of. The night wind softened. The forest sounds grew gentler. The moon remained pale, but it did not vanish. It was as if the whole night was breathing slower, trying to lull Remi into sleep. His eyelids felt heavy. The animal's breathing formed the softest lullaby in the world. Cappy occasionally licked his hand, making sure he was still there. Jolicoeur tucked its head into his chest, warm as a glowing ember. Dolce and Zerbino curled into a protective circle. Remi stopped fighting sleep. He had battled through the entire day. Now was the one moment he was allowed to be vulnerable, to dream, to rest, to stop thinking about responsibilities. He drifted into sleep as quietly as a leaf falling onto water, without a sound, without resistance. A cold night, a long night, a night where life still held countless trials for him ahead. But not a completely dark night, because somewhere in the fragile, courageous chest of a little boy, the lamp of hope was still burning, small yet steadfast, and bright enough to guide him through the stormiest nights of his life.
you.